Forgot the all-important, can you actually hear me? But, you know, not really that important. Audio. Actually, talking about audio, one thing we could do today. Um, is work on piping the audio from this computer to my streaming PC, because I think that what I can do is use Pipewire, which I've never actually used Pipewire before. I've always used Pulse Audio. So I did install Pipewire, and I think I can use Pipewire to actually split the audio and output to two outputs, and have the HDMI that's coming to this monitor that gets split and sent off to the streaming PC actually give the audio to that, so that the audio from this computer can actually go to my streaming PC. I think. Maybe we can work on that later today if we want to. So what I'd like to do is I'd like to do a little bit more of the AI games. And then I need to work on my next Rust class. I basically have the idea of what I want to do. We just need to do it. And then shoot, after that, I don't know. Well, after that, we can work on Eddington. So yeah. So yeah. You know what I don't have up? I don't have chat up. What a rookie mistake. What a rookie mistake. All right. The other thing, let me check it out. I think I need to respond to the people that make Kodi. I think. Let's see. Notification. I got this. Got this. I was pretty excited about this. Check this out. So I had sent I had basically sent out a tweet that maybe had some misspellings in it. You know, I'm not gonna claim that there was misspellings, but anyways, that we had some fun. Star Coder and Tab 9, we salute you. Only I didn't actually put the salute in there because I'm not sure if people would know. And then Sourcegraph Cody said, "Who, me?" And I was like, "Oh yeah, yep." And again, more misspellings. That's how you know it's actually authentically me replying to you. And they want to know more. So yeah, we're going to get them a nice reply about what we've liked about Cody and what Cody has struggled with, which I thought was pretty cool. And I don't know, maybe they'll help next year with round 2. 2024. So yeah, I was excited, and I've liked Cody. It's not as good as ChatGPT, but I like the interface Cody provides so far. While working on this, Cody provides a really nice interface over here that you can just work with. And on top of that, they provide a bunch of stuff like inline chat, chat suggestion, and code autocomplete, which we haven't actually tested the code autocomplete very much yet. So they provide a lot of features that aren't in a single one. So a lot of these do like the inline, but don't give you the chat and things like that. Whereas Cody kind of gives you it all. Now, again, there's some work to be done, but yeah, liked it. All right. So yeah, what I thought is we will do a little bit more AI games, and then we'll move on to some Rust, because I gotta record tonight my next Rust class on traits. So we'll do a little bit on Rust traits and talk about those if you guys would like to talk about them, and then as much interest as you guys have in those, we'll spend, and then we'll move on to working on Eddington. So yeah. Oops. If you guys don't know what Eddington is, you'll need to stick around. I'll make a YouTube video on it as well at some point. Yeah, I'll make. All right, so what I'd like to do is go back and test some of the parts that Cody got skipped over on, because he did get skipped on a few. And so we're just gonna clean up some on Cody's score. So you'll see here, this was kind of where we decided that all of the chatbots were nailing this, except for the one that didn't. Sorry, Tab9. Yeah, but they all nailed it, and did pretty well. Cody should have gotten bonus points because he actually figured out what Tab9 was doing wrong, which was pretty cool. So then we did project comprehension. And one thing that we didn't do the Rust project comprehension. So I actually wanted to do that now, because I didn't get enough Rust. I haven't been doing enough Rust. I feel like it's an itch that has to be scratched. So we're gonna see how some of these things do with Rust. Let's pull up not competitive coding, project comprehension. There we go, and we'll do Rust. So we got these here, our Go in Python, but we didn't get any Rust. We got to do that. Let's go ahead and get ChatGPT up. There we go. All right. And we won't do ChatGPT first. I remember we said we wouldn't do that. Let's do Cody first. Now, I think Cody's going to have the same problems here that he did with almost every other language. And that was Cody, when you asked for code smells, gave you the top 5, which means like if there was only one code smell, they would hallucinate the other code smells. That's one feedback that I'm going to give. And one thing I wanted to check. So let's go over here. Obviously, this is a bad function. Let's check with Kodi. I want to check what this what so they have these templates, these recipes. And I want to actually look at what the recipe asks because it says smell code. And maybe it says, tell me 5 things wrong with my code. And if that's the case, find code smells in the following code. Okay, no, that sounds reasonable. It is going to give me 5, though. Nailed it. Nailed it. Magic numbers. Yep. Makes sense. This is wrong. I mean, it's funny that it came up with this, and kind of goes to show that it doesn't know what it's saying, because this here said that any other input would return 0. So yeah, it's interesting. Kodi will get confused with some of these. And this is a fine one. This would be fixed with fixing the above ones, but I mean, I don't. So I think this was good. This was good. Let's smell some more code. Let's give it a good old sniff test. Also, the other thing that I'm going to try to do is ChatGPT is use the same prompt. Interesting. So I put in that it would error because we are, get here is it is going to consume this, so you can't actually mutate it after this. So this is pretty good. That's actually a really good call that I didn't think it was going to get. I was trying to be sneaky. Also, it doesn't know how to count. It stopped at 3, but which is fine. It doesn't. To me, it doesn't need to give me 5 if there's not 5. Incorrect function name. This is fine. Is incorrect as the function contains an error. It needs to be fixed. That's pretty fantastic. The provided code looks good otherwise. All right. I think it nailed it. Let's check. Let's smell some other code. Actually, let me see. Yeah, let's return this one. This one's a little more nuanced. A little more nuanced, Kodi. Give it a good old sniff test. Kodi really likes these unused variables. The variable I is defined in the for loop, but never actually used. Oh, this one is actually true. This one is 100% actually true. There's a for loop, never uses I. Now, this isn't incrementing to me is not a magic number. This is something Kodi. Let's write this down for Kodi. Actually, you know what I'm going to do is I'm going to open up code over here so we can just take our notes over here without leaving the code. Open folder, the AI games. I know it's open over there. I want to open it again. We'll open up Just the results. Just the results. Okay. So there we go. So all right. And I'm trying to keep a little bit more documented because if these AI people actually want my feedback, I'd like to give them feedback like this. Like what, not just, oh, this is the score they got, but if they're actually going to sit here and ask me for, you know, what is causing them to be in the middle or whatnot, and they'd like to win, I'd love to help them. So I'm going to try to keep, especially for Cody, since they're asking, and I'll try to do it for everybody else at this point. I'm going to keep a little bit more detailed notes of the things that are kind of like, it's not a big deal, but this isn't a magic number. This is, you know, in C++, you would do like X, you know, plus plus. All right. This is also not true. All right. Incorrect function name. The name SumVec implies the function will sum a vector. This is correct. It's kind of it's like a flip of the coin of which one you're going to take, because do you say that the function name is wrong or do you say that the function is wrong? I don't care which one the AI comes up with. You know, it's saying to change the name of the function to increment value, which is fine. Undefined variable. The variable first is used in the print line. Nice. Good job. So just checking to see how well it understood a piece of code that's not compiled. So this did really well. Okay, so let's go ahead and document this. All right, so this is their scorecard. And we've done the first 3 so far. Caught repetitive code really well. Actually caught the error with the compile time error, or the so the ownership rules. Which was really good. Actually, I would say that it's done much better. One of the things was this right here, the unreachable code. This is what I wanted to document. it 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 filled that in for me. Sweet. It understood its problem. All right. So those are the only problems so far. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. This one, unlike the other one, is a little bit sneaky. This one talks about understanding how well the so it should have does it understand what's wrong with the for loop? So let's give this code the good old sniff test. Not a magic number, but we already documented that. All right. So this is not true. This one does actually sum the vector. Uh-oh. This one. Ooh. Did we highlight the right one? Yeah, we did. All right. Caught the undefined variable. That's good. It doesn't understand. Okay. Let's go back to this. I don't think it understands. I don't think it understands Rust generics. For example, all right. Beautiful. This is the thing that we wanted it to catch. Awesome. This I think is a little weird. This I think it's a little weird. And wrong. The variable last name. Okay, unused code, sure. It's only getting a small snippet, so I'm not sure that that's the biggest deal. Incorrect. Comment. That's fantastic. I love that. So yeah, some of this was to throw some ridiculous things at it, see how it does. It's doing well. It's doing well. The function returns the incorrect field. The function should return p last name instead of p first name. Okay, yep. Nailed it. I'm gonna give this a 4 out of 5. It had some issues. But I think in general it did a really good job of catching some of the things. Oh, you know what? I take that back. It's a 3 out of 5. It completely failed to catch this vector issue. Oh, but this isn't an actual issue here. 1 second. We need to actually make it an issue for Rust. Let's see if this gives it a little bit more of a smell, because this should give it out of bounds. Yeah. Okay. So 4 out of 5. We're giving it a 4 out of 5. It did catch that. How did we do it last week? Total. Okay, yeah. We'll do total. Ah, it already knew a 4 out of 5. Nice. Caught repetitive. And let's say it cut out of bound index issues. Had a few issues catching. Oh no, not a few problems catching issues, but was also looking through comments and found issues with comments versus what the code did. I like that. So let's do this as highlights. Anti-highlights. Yeah, I like it. Okay. These are the anti-highlights. Nice. All right, and then we will actually attach the transcript. I think that's a great idea. We'll do this. We'll just do transcript. So this is where we started today. Cool. I wish that I could clear. Yeah, so it just some personal feedback that I would give them is just I wish that I could clear this chat. It's probably not the biggest deal. Probably not the biggest deal. But it would be nice. It would be nice. All right, let's see if ChatGPT can do any better. Any better. What I am going to do is I'm going to copy this as a template. I like it as a template. We're going to actually just copy and paste this right here. Boom. We're going to delete this part like that, and this like this. Oh no. There we go. All right. ChatGPT, can you do better with Rust? Now, how is the wording here? Find code smells in the following code. I just want to use the same wording. Uh-oh. There we go. Long switch statement. Okay. Yep. Nailed it. The numbers used in the switch cases are considered magic numbers because they lack any clear meaning or explanation. Yep. Love it. Lack of comments or documentation. This is wrong. 1 point off. I'm not sure if I like this. I am not sure I like this at all. All right, well, let's document anti-highlights. One second. Actually, let me check. Yeah, okay. The other thing is, without this, it wouldn't actually return 0, and this wouldn't actually compile because I don't cover all cases. So it is just wrong. It wouldn't compile that way. Not only would it not compile, but it is also wrong. Rust does not work that way. Hey, bud, do you need to blow your nose? Okay, that sounds good. Pumpkin's been killing me too. I think he decided last night was a good night to shed. The allergies are rough. All right, but a good highlight: long switch statement, magnetic numbers. Nailed. Long switch statement. That's not actually one. Nailed long switch statement. Although it was a match statement. It's okay. I'm not trying not to be too nitpicky. Literally is a match, but I'm trying not to be too nitpicky. For the long switch, it actually recommended this code that I find terrifying. So this is what I feel like, I don't know. I'm up to like, it needs to redeem itself. I'm up to 2 points. It can redeem itself a little bit later. Because I mean, and this is the thing with large language models. They don't actually understand anything. They actually calculate each thing, each character, each token as it comes up based off of what they've written previously. I really need to make a video on how these work for I've been thinking about starting a second channel where I do maybe more like documentary not documentary, but like longer form educational, but also like just doing it at a high level. I would probably post it on both. I'm not giving it. This one has a mutable borrow issue. That's our little secret. That's our little secret. All right, misuse of the get method. The get method of a vec in Rust returns an option that either represents a reference. Oh, nice. It might be redeeming a point here. Nice. Actually, this is redeeming a point. It's back up to 4. Back up to 4. Highlights. Nailed mutable borrow issue. +1 point. All right. Find code smells in the following code. You know what, Russell? No AIs have fallen yet. No AIs have fallen. So far, we're just at tab 9. Tab 9 and Star Coder. 1 Star Coder. 1 Star Coder. But, Russell, I had something pretty exciting happen, at least that I'm excited about. I'm taking a little bit more detailed notes. So if you notice in here with this, we have more detailed notes of not just my feeling and overall, especially, it's a little bit easier now as we have fewer contestants. Actually, for this, we literally only have ChatGPT and Cody, so it's a little bit easier to take more notes. But I actually had SourceGraph reach out to me. So we're gonna help SourceGraph with Cody, which I think is really cool because Cody is one of my favorites because of its interface, where not only does Cody give you inline autocomplete now and stuff, it also gives you the chat stuff. So I think I'm really excited about it. So we're taking a little bit more detailed notes, not just some high level stuff. So anyways, but I'm doing it for all of them that have made it this far. So ChatGPT, we're taking some highlights, some anti-highlights, and then we're saving the whole transcript of the conversation for them. We're gonna do about an hour. Well, we're gonna do about another half hour of this. Now I have this week I'm not working, and I'm going to I'm probably going to stream for a couple hours each morning. So this week I plan on doing like an hour a day. I'm not doing like the crazy. I'm working a lot on Eddington this week, but I want to do like an hour. See if I can't knock off the last little bits. All right, so Cody got a 4 out of 5. So it did actually really well. It caught some cases where Rust wouldn't compile for ownership reasons. And then it had a few fails here, which I'm thinking about putting it down to a 3 out of 5 because maybe GPT is doing a little bit better, but GPT can't get a 4 out of a 5. Yeah, I was gonna say Cody has its moments. I actually do think Cody is my favorite. I think that if you want to ask me which one is technically better at understanding what you're doing, that it is GPT still, ChatGPT. So another thing that classically gets it in Rust is it doesn't understand what this is. It doesn't understand Rust generics. So around Rust generics, it thinks v is not a vector and it's actually an integer. It takes a single integer value. This is Cody. Maybe I should make that. So it classically doesn't know that, and then it even compiles more on top of that. Oh, actually, this is just me copy and pasting it. Yeah. So it really doesn't understand Rust generics, which is fine. It doesn't understand every language perfectly, just documenting it. But I think this is going to have to be a 3 because so far ChatGPT has understood it just a little bit better. The interesting thing, and it lost 2 points for this, is for this whole match here. For this whole match here, it recommended this code. It recommended this code, which I thought was kind of appalling. I really thought it was pretty bad, where it actually like only doubles the first 35, like the match statement, instead of saying, hey, it should be double. Cody nailed this and was like, hey, it should just return X times 2. But it's starting to redeem itself because it also caught the mutability, but also understood the option, like the I-32, that this was going to return. Although it said it had an option of reference to I-32, which isn't necessarily true, but it's an option of I-32. We'll give it to it. Like that's the best anybody's gotten so far. Starcoder wrote me a book while we were doing this, and yeah. So, anyways, it's redeemed itself a little bit. But yes, I think at this point, Starcoder is Cody is by far my favorite. It has a little bit to catch up to GPT. Has a little bit to catch up to. All right. Didn't do this one yet. 9 codes. The last time I asked you something, it was still a romance novel. I don't know what I did to break it. I did something bad. I don't know. I'm actually kind of scared to show that on on stream because it was getting a little spicy. So I don't know that I'm willing to risk the output of 1-star coda right now. It literally, when I put this in, let's see, this was literally like as it was starting the end of its hallucination. I am not lying. I have this well documented. So just in case anybody's wondering, that is a thing. I haven't tried it today. I did try it during the week. I just kind of lightly touched base back on it. I got to reply to me in Python. I kind of got frustrated with it and said stop replying in Python because I didn't ask you for Python. And then it went on with a story. So that was... I wish it was stories about pythons too. That would have been funny. Okay. Let's see. Unused parameters. The SumVec takes parameter v, representing a vector. Did ChatGPT just lose its marbles? Wait, what did I type in? Yeah, V's 100% in there, dude. Oh, it's not using the range. Okay. All right. So I think this is fine here. This one here, because what it's saying is that we're just incrementing it. It would have been better if it said that we're not actually summing the vector, which it did catch in other languages. So this is probably its lack of Rust knowledge. Other languages, it's 100% said you're not summing the vector, instead of incorrect loop index, which is basically pointing at the same problem. We're not using the thing that we're looping over. Incorrect addition in the loop. In the loop, the code is Right. So these two are pointing to the same issue, which they could have summarized as you're just counting the number of objects in the loop instead of. Again, this is fine. I think I'm not going to take away points, but they're not winning any brownie points either. Undefined variable, the print line reference. Okay, yes, it is undefined. Let's see. So they got the mutable, which was good. I32. All right, let's see if they can get this one. Find code smells in this. Good, good, good. Off by one. Unused variable. Wait. Did I have an unused variable? Maybe I did. I never returned it. This doesn't return anything. Strictly speaking, I would have wait, undefined variable, the print line statement reference. Okay, yes. Does have an undefined. This is more of I didn't return it, which it caught here in its code example, so I think that's fine. So I'd call this good. It didn't catch it in the words, but it caught it in its reference code. I think I generally give that to them. If your reference code that you spit out, good. Can you smell this code for me, please? All right, inefficient parameter pass. The get last name function takes ownership of the person struck by. I'm not giving it 5 out of 5 because of this, but it's getting brownie points. It's definitely okay. Okay, so we're gonna have to amend this to 3 out of 5, and this goes to 4 out of 5. And we'll save our transcript. All right, so what I like about this is it's really talking about the Rust language, and like it's a little bit wrong. Sometimes when it's like passing a reference to an integer, but yeah, this is pretty impressive. Nice. Okay. All right. The only other thing that I wanted to do really quickly was I missed Cody in the Python challenge. No, I didn't. Oh, that's right. Cody struggled with okay. Cool. So we caught everything. Awesome. Cody struggled with the untyped inputs of Python. Just could not wrap its head around it. Basically completely died on that. We'll have to give that as feedback. Awesome. All right. So I think that was good for today. That was like 45 minutes. I think now I'm going to go on to. I want to type up the traits, the Rust traits class. I had an idea of what I wanted to do. I want to then go over it with you guys because I want to record that tonight so I can edit it and release it next week. I got a little behind. I've gotten very behind on my videos. Yeah, I think. Yeah, I don't know. It's amazing how like you'll see the headlines of like, oh, it's amazing, and then also you're not allowed to use it. And so like part of me is like, how is this thing worth billions and possibly trillions of dollars that nobody's allowed to use? Like a lot of people are not allowed to use it. I almost feel like AI will be this startup thing. Hear me out. I know that sounds weird, but like large companies are much more adverse to risk. They very much hate risk much more than small companies do. And so I almost think AI is going to be this startup accelerator where these generative AIs will be used at startups to move much faster. And then as soon as they become like a company that's looking to get compliance, like you know your SOC 2 compliances and your ISO compliance, they're going to start migrating away from that where they're like, "No, we're now, we're IPOing. We don't want generated code in our code base anymore." Don't use AI. Instead, come back to the office so we can innovate. Where we have a chance encounters in the kitchen. That's me. I'm always by the water cooler. I'm like, hey, I'm trying to innovate here. Please don't bother me and ask me to be writing code in my cubicle. Or worse, I don't have a cubicle. I actually hate open floor plans. I like. I hate open floor plans. I have worked in one. Um, I like having team areas where you can go and work with some people. Like you have a big problem and you want to go solve it and you want to go spend 4 hours together. You should have a place to go if that's what you want to do. But I don't like the concept of because what happens is everybody just puts headphones on. They're noise canceling headphones. And so everyone isolates themselves anyways because that's what we want to do to think and code. So every bank of desks should have a water cooler. I also think there are also some things, I do think I'm a huge supporter of working from home. I do think that you could make some statements where there's people that don't work as well from working from home. Sure, lots of people are different. There are also people, if you make that claim though, there's also people that don't work as well from the office as they do from home. So, that's kind of a double edged sword. So you can't, in my personal opinion, in an argument, you can't use an argument that can be turned around and just used blatantly the other way. So like being like there are people that don't work as well working remotely. And then I can just turn it around and say there are people who don't work as well from the office. Um, so those aren't good arguments. But I do think if there are classes of individuals that also struggle, uh, very new hires and individuals, and things like interns, I think it's harder to do well. And I don't think that companies have put an emphasis on actually solving how to onboard younger engineers well. I'm not saying it's impossible to do. I'm just saying like it is harder, and those people I think do struggle more. Um, and one maybe just because it's not supported as well. Anyways, let's write some Rust. Let's write some Rust. This was good. I like the smaller chunk of AI ness. It's a little easier to do. I think maybe Monday I actually have some real work to do, so maybe Tuesday, greatest day of the year. Tuesday, um, gonna make jokes about the British, but then I realized that the one loyal person I have is British. July 4th. I'm sorry. Um, I don't dislike the British. Um, maybe it's an AI league, not a games. I think you're right. Although the Hunger Games was fought over multiple days, I feel like. But yeah, maybe it's more of a league. Maybe it's more of a league. Um, I'm not gonna lie. Streaming for 7 hours was a long time doing software stuff and like actually thinking. I feel like it would be a little bit easier if I was playing a game, or something that's not quite as It was long. Uh, I also just say things as a joke. It's nothing against anybody. Uh, it's our Independence Day, so I'm just gonna make jokes about how we're always the one attacked by aliens, and we gained our independence. I don't know. That's. Wait. Did I say open file? I meant open folder. All right. Let's see. We want to learn Rust and open this. Now, I am going to take a copy of this for where we started. Okay. So this is kind of where we left the last one. So I'd like to really quickly. So many movies about the White House being wrecked, but well said. None of our movies have the red coats. Actually, wasn't there? I think that there was a movie about the redcoats burning the White House, but but you are right. You guys actually hold. You guys are the only ones that actually hold that medal. No aliens. Again, not you. You are the one that has to say that. All right. Let's get over here. So we talked about struct or generics and a little bit about traits, which yeah, I think could have gone either way. I think I kind of regret. I kind of wish I had gone traits first, but then I find I have a difficulty talking about traits without talking about generics. But I think as long as OCaml doesn't take over Rust by in 3 years, I think I will do this again from the ground up, and have a lot more polish on it, just from the learnings of yeah. Wow, 2 weeks and didn't you didn't light the White House on fire? my stereotypes of the British just went out the door. I believe that I'm not going to go with my stereotypes of the British. I'm not going to say anything about Doomers. I believe that's what they're called. You would have tried to play it. That would have been hilarious, honestly. The next time you're over, you should 100% like plant a British flag. I think that would have been hilarious. I would have found it hilarious. I guess it depends. If you were in redneck Kentucky, like the eastern part of Kentucky, I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't do that. But if you were in like not that part of Kentucky, I think most people would find it funny. Or put it on your reason for visiting America. Oh, all right. I honestly don't know what they would do. Um, for better or for worse, I'm not sure what they would do about that. I would say hopefully they have a good sense of humor, but I know that they don't have a good sense of humor. So yeah. TSA. No, I hate the TSA. Tell you what, I hate the TSA. Pretty much. I fly a lot. I fly a decent amount, and tell you what, for being a guy with long hair, not well shaved all the time, you get pulled over and your whole bag gets searched every single time, um, randomly. Oh, oh, really? This is random. You just picked me at random. Sure you did. Sure you did. Not like I didn't fly just like 2 days ago. Got searched then too. Is that not in your database? Oh, we don't know if we've searched you before. I don't know if you're lying. Anyways, don't get me started on the TSA. I really do dislike. Okay, so we want to talk about traits. Um, One thing that I'm going to do really quickly is change this from point old. I don't know what I was doing when I recorded this. Old point would have been so much better of a name. Point old. It's like, my goodness, it was just bad. I almost re-recorded it. Yes, almost. All right. Probably should have. Probably should have. All right. So what I wanted to talk about is traits. And what I wanted to think about was how we should, like, the major things that we should go over. And I'm actually going to show you guys some of the research that I do when coming up with these. So I kind of skeleton out. I actually want to start it with the code that we already have. and talk about how we can make traits for reusing our code. Maple syrup. I don't know that Canada produces maple syrup anymore. They do produce maple vapor by the metric butt ton. Um, they have systematically put the vaping industry out of business. Um, I'm just talking about all of the fires. Like our air quality is garbage. I can't even imagine what it is for the Canadians because like our air quality, like maybe it's just a strong southern wind and their air quality is fine, but our air quality is garbage and I live a long ways away from the fires. Oh, no, their forests are just burning, dude. Like for the last 3 weeks, their forests have been burning and coating the US in smoke. Like literally 3/4 of the US has not been able to breathe for the last month. Um and I imagine the maple trees are burning along with them. I don't know when it comes to harvest season how big of an impact that will have. I don't know. It's not breaking news. We do have some exciting news to talk about tomorrow. So, like, I'm not even going to do the regular news because we actually have things to discuss about Red Hat, about the world, about open source. Um, there's been a lot that has happened that we need to talk about. Not maple syrup, though. But no, I was just talking about the fires. Like, literally, it's been very hard to breathe. Very hard to breathe. Um, and, like, I don't even live close to the Canadian border. It's been rough. Like halfway down the U.S. All right, so we can make a trait to reuse code, just like we're using a trait here, this format display, which allows us to reuse future code. Um, we can pass new things into this by implementing this trait, which means it allows us to reuse the right uh, the right macro. It allows us to reuse the print line macro or functions a lot of the time without actually writing new print lines that actually are specialized to our thing. Obviously, we do actually have to write a function, but it allows us to reuse those things and those standards and make it easy for people to share functionality. The other great thing that it does is when we have generics like this, it allows us to create functions where we limit the functionality. And what I'd like to do is give the example of a struct. This is what I was thinking would be a very good example. A struct of a struct of shape. I'm trying to think if this is like the best way of doing this, which will take a type T. And then we'll just say we need to come up with a name for T. So what I'd like to show here is the ability to make different types. So This type T here, we're going to actually tie into what we use for enums, something I wanted to show. And I wanted your guys' help with maybe there's a better way of doing this. This is something I've been thinking on. So what we're going to do is an enum. I also want to call this shape, which is what I don't like. Let's call this polygons. And we're going to have square. So what I was going to do is basically make a function. So the end goal was basically I wanted to make a function that is like return or we'll say get area. So and the reason I'm struggling with this is like there are actually better ways of doing this with just enum if you'd like. But this was to kind of prove a point, and this is where like I think I need to rework this problem a little bit, where you can do get area, and you know this will take a shape of type T. So we're going to do and it returns an I32. So where T is equal to a trait here. So we haven't made the trait yet. We're making a lot of bad code here. Trait area has a function get area. That function looks off. 1 second, I will takes a reference to self. Okay, so let's see. Function T get area. Oh, I didn't give this a variable name. So we can do that. But this was basically, I don't know. I'm just gonna do X for right now. Wait. Did I? The signature is still off. 1 second. I typed a bunch of stuff. Well, we also need to do area. There we go. This is 1 second. I have an example down here. I don't know why. Yeah, this is that's how you do it. Oh. My bad. I 100% screwed that up. It was right. Mismatch type. Wait. What? I'm not returning anything. Okay, but so this is where like I struggle with this one because while this is the general idea, there are better ways to do this here. Because like you could just make it here, but this gives the idea of that we have a trait and we created a function that takes this generic type, but we only want type T's that implement area. So like we're gonna make two different types of there's a bunch of things that we can put in here, and if we make a shape with an integer, which will work, shape doesn't restrict it to not being an integer, that won't work in here. That was the idea. So then we can impl shape here, impl area here for polygons. And then I was just going to do like a match case for the get area. Oh, 1 second. I wanted to be using Kodi while we were doing this. I turned it off 100%. Not its fault. I haven't tried Kodi's like code generation as much. I wanted to give that a shot for my YouTube video. It's indenting it, but it's already indented. It fixed it. It fixed it. No problem. Yeah, Russell, you were 100% right on my I was an idiot. I put the type T at the function. All right. Actually, this is a good point. I actually don't need this if it's a square. I just need one because it's a square. That would be a rectangle. I need a side and a width. Good call, Kodi. Correcting my previous call. Nice. Okay. Do we actually? Okay. Then we can do something like rec I32, I32. And maybe triangle. Let's see. Do we want to just do triangle's difficult because there's a lot of different forms and you'd have to know the angles, unless if it's one with all the equal sides. What is that called? Malik, triangle with all equal sides. What is it called? Equilateral triangle. Good job. How do you spell that? 1 second. Chat GPT. Kodi gets to closing braces, which is actually something that a lot of AIs struggle with. We've seen Tab9 struggle with it. CodeWhisperer has struggled with it. I mean, even Copilot has struggled with it. Although Copilot, I think, is really good. It's something they struggle with actually doing is finishing that statement. How do I spell equal? Nice. Pretty sure that's a worse spell check. Actually, maybe we just do EQ triangle. Equilateral triangle. So then we just have a height and a width. So let's do HI32. I don't do this very often. I don't. Height, width of I32. I just wanted to show off how you could do this. Because I like to tie stuff back. Calculating a triangle is difficult unless you want to do angles. I wonder if Copilot will be able to provide the... Copilot fail refresh. That's their workaround. I honestly think that it's the greatest day for Ubuntu and OpenSUSE. Honestly, Red Hat has shot itself in the foot. It's almost like Rust. I'm not gonna lie. It's almost like Rust because it keeps I'm impressed, Cody. I'm impressed. You screwed up the things, but you got that this was an equilateral triangle. I'm impressed. Oh, this is wrong. I was wrong. You actually did it. Oops, what did I do? I think you actually did it right. I was just I was mistaken. Oh, we're missing a curly brace somehow. I'm gonna blame Cody for that one. Definitely not my fault. I mean, I think yeah, I mean Rel is super dominant in like your banks and stuff that have so one of the reasons Rel is hard to get rid of is for your like banks and stuff where they have um I'm actually super happy with Cody here. I didn't think it was going to get the EQ triangle. Um I'm very very happy with that. I really like Cody. I think it's gonna be my new. Even though I get Copilot for free, I like I like this here. Like this part of Cody is super. Yeah, yeah. I have some thoughts on Rel. Oh my gosh, it broke on me again. This is annoying. The last time I had to close out of everything and restart it. I think I don't know. I do think that IBM just shot itself in the foot. But all right. So for this then, the idea was to basically show that this function works. Okay, and then we were just gonna do x dot get area. Oh. Oh, this is shape. Okay. So shape has a type in it of type X. Like I said, I need to work on the naming because this would be something like this, which is kind of dumb. Talking over the idea. So this then obviously lets us get the area of any type of shape that has the type of area. So this was kind of the idea of showing that reusable, but I don't like this because I feel like it's convoluted and doesn't show it off really well. So I wanted to think about how I could redo this. Obviously, we could name this something other than, we can call this shape. But that's not much better. I also wasn't going to talk about async in traits because that's a whole video. That's I have a mini. I think it's going to be like a mini series itself on threading in Rust, where we're going to cover all of those things because I think threading in Rust is hard. I could do Copilot here, Cody here. If it didn't crash on me, absolutely. Okay. So how to make this better? And the other question I have is, tell me about Rust traits. I want to know if there's like things I should specifically go over with traits. Okay, so one thing I wanted to go over is you can implement area since we defined area. So this is one thing that's going to be a little bit complicated that we're going to go over. Is there's the like my son, I struggle with the pronunciation of words. Causality of the application. And so what you can't do is you can't implement a trait on a object that you also didn't implement. So if you didn't implement the trait and you didn't implement the struct, you can't implement the trait on that struct. So for example, format display, I cannot implement on string if string didn't already have it implemented because I didn't make the struct format display or the trait format display, and I didn't make the struct string. But I can implement a display on old point because old point is my own. And likewise, I can implement area for string because area is mine and string is not. So that is another point that I wanted to point out here. And I wanted to basically do that by using string for getting a shape. So basically we can do impl area for string. And then we'll basically do this. Again, I don't know how to implement area. Area is just going to return 0 or 1 because strings don't actually have areas. I'm interested in why it's crashing as well. If source graph is actually interested in talking, this is some feedback that I would like to give them. Even if it just gave me a crash log here, it seems like, oh wait, here's a reload window. Does that fix it? Last time it didn't fix it until I actually and I don't have, oh, I do have code up over here. That's why. Okay. That's why the reload's not working. I had code up on another window. I got rid of that, so it should be back now. I'm not sure why that's the case. And you can create type wrappers to implement the trade on, but it's not really that. Okay, so by type wrappers, I'm not always in the know for the newest lingo, but you're talking about something like struct name, right? It would be like struct name year string. Where wait. Oh, this is not what I wanted. You opened the wrong folder. You're talking about something like, oh, I mean, not a capital struct, but yeah. And then you can do like an impl. Okay, right. As your way to get around the causality. Okay, I'll come up with something better than name. That could actually have an area. I like this. I think this is a good thing to call out. Let's see if ChatGPT has something also. Let's see. Rust is a program to find a trait in Rust. Use the trait keyword. Blah blah blah. Yeah. Okay. Got it. Give me 5 interesting facts about Rust lang traits. Okay, I'm not doing associated types. I think that's. Do I talk about associated types now? I feel like no, because I want to keep it short. I've been trying to cut them down to less than 10 minutes, and I know that they've been just over 10 minutes, so I think I'd say no to. Ooh, this is a good one though. The automatic trait implementations. Okay. Debug, clone, those are good ones. So we can do like, our debug and clone on here. Okay, trait bounds, compile time checks. Partial equal, okay. Another good one another one that's used a lot, that you can do with derive. Another one that you can do with the I'm not doing this very well. It's like this. Is you can do, you said partial equal, which is a good one. The other ones that you can do that I was just thinking about is like SERDI. The SERDI deserialize and serialize. I'm gonna bring that up. I'm not gonna actually show it because the next lesson after this is actually on cargo, using it with external dependencies, where we can start talking about that. But what I'm also trying to do at this point is loop back and reuse things. Like I know that I talked about how areas could, or like enums could be used for stuff like this, and so looping back and actually using those in the examples. But yes, debug partial equals is a good one. Yep. I used actual partial equals, actually implemented partial equals for a specific hash set in the database episodes. So this is a good one. Okay, I don't know if this is actually true. I've never done this. Trait super traits. Is this a true thing or is it making this up? I need to look into this. Rust super traits. I have never done this. Oh, I have done this. I have done this. I didn't realize. Okay. I have not done this. I have used this. I have seen this. I don't do this very often. I think we'll cover it though. I think this would be good to cover. I don't use it very often, so I don't think about it. I think this is kind of gross in general. I don't know. Russell, have you ever used a super trait? Yeah, I have seen it. All right. Let me think about how I could do that here. Yeah. See, I don't know. I don't know that I agree with everything solid. I like solid. Don't get me wrong in general. But if you actually follow that all the way, that means no interface should ever be more, or no trait should ever be more than one line. Because you have literally just said that no trait should be larger than it has to, and no trait has to be more than one line. And thus, you get this. You literally get this. And this is not easy to read or debug. When you see that you have a comp sci student, what does it actually have? If you don't have a good compiler that when you hover over it, you can see exactly what is part of that. I mean, this computer science student has a username, a language, a university, and a name. And I mean, like, I think we take good ideas to the extreme. There's obviously too large of interfaces, and you shouldn't have them because then they get unwieldy to use, and you try to shoehorn stuff into them. I agree with that. But I think that you have to do it within reason. Kind of like dependency injection. I love dependency injections, but then you get these people that start making dependency injection frameworks that add a billion lines of code on top of whatever the 5 lines of code that you were trying to just dependency injection really is just that the dependencies are in your function call and your function doesn't go out and obtain them, and that's like the core principle. But we can take it to an extreme that is horrifying. I don't know, maybe that's heresy. I much rather a trait that has like get area Um, absolutely, absolutely. Um, I agree with taking the function to taking it one function to trait is probably too far. You shouldn't need to implement 20 functions to make sense of only implement 3 of a subset of problems. This is my point, I guess, is like it's also like the people who like break out code to reuse before they ever have a chance to reuse it. Sometimes I think you should write the code, write it in a function, and then pull out the parts that you want to go reuse. When you're writing that same code for the second time, that's a great time to start thinking about how you might generalize it to make it reusable. I guess this is my only point is like if you really take solid and actually implement solid, every trait is a single line, and it's like that's a little rough. This does link into good API, and honestly, this is why it's so hard to find good software engineers, because it's too easy to fall into like solid sounds good. And it does. I like solid. I'm not like actually arguing. I'm not trying to say heresy against it. I'm just saying, like, if you sell too far into it and just say, "Oh no, this is what we do," period, um, it can lead you down some dangerous paths. And so, like, it's like my AWS art. I don't know if people will like that video. I don't know if people will like the style of that video. I meant for it to be kind of fun, but also to to get a point across. It's about understanding your problem and the tools that you have, whether it's your team, your language, or whatnot, and coming up with a solution that's clean. And we have, I would say, solid is a tool, and you should implement it. It's a good tool for the most part. And the same goes with good API design. Good API design is actually one of the things I would not consider myself very good at. I know when an API design is bad and I'm using it. 100%, I can point out bad API design. Making a good one is really a talent, and I don't think I'm good at it. Half the time when I use my own APIs, I'm like, this is a horrible. 5-year-old could make a better API than I made. I don't know if that makes sense. Like that, I don't consider my ability to make it. I know what makes a good API. I do struggle with actually making a good API. Um, okay, we were talking about super straights. Super straights. Not super structs either. Super traits. All right, let's think of a super trait. We have area. Let's do get height. Uh, yeah, you know what? I actually don't think people are as against inheritance as they like to think they are. They are against multiple inheritance, which you should be. Um, I actually think, yeah, maybe I should just be quiet. Maybe I'm talking too much heresy here. Um, composition 100%. So, I guess to me, and I need to come up with a good example. I think you should do composition over inheritance 100% of the time. 100% of the time, if composition solves the problem cleanly, then you should do it. 100% of the time. I agree. I agree. Do you consider a trait inheritance? So in C++, the only way to actually make what we call a trait is to have a pure virtual class which just has pure virtual functions, which means they have no implementation. They set them equal to 0, and to inherit from it. So the only way to actually have the ability to have multiple traits, classically in Rust or in C++, was to have multiple inheritance, where you could inherit these pure virtual classes with pure virtual functions. That was literally the only way. Now, I realize that this is a failing of the older language, not necessarily that these things were, that I'm saying is a good way of having a language. It was an old language. Well, and that's fine. I like to see how the languages have evolved. I honestly, this is why I like Rust, is because I think it's another evolution of how we write languages from all of those things. I do think there are things that you could argue are cleaner with a single inheritance, I think. It's been a very long time since I've done any inheritance. I remember 5 years ago, somebody came with some very specific things to me that I had to agree were cleaner with inheritance. But they were highly specific. So this is where I can't even come up with what they were off the top of my head. They were highly specific cases where inheritance solved the problem cleaner than composition would. It had to do with game engines too. And you know what? Maybe I just didn't understand the problem space well enough to know how composition could have done it better. But to me, traits are a lightweight inheritance. You are inheriting functionality. Now, you could say, you could flip it around and say, well, I'm not inheriting functionality. I am merely making a contract. It's a way of looking at it either way. You could say that because I have this, I have inherited that functionality, that get area. Sure, I have to implement it myself, but that's actually not true either. You can have default implementation. So let's do a impl, or let's do a trait. Where's our trait? We should put our traits at the top, so that they're easy to find. Just a little organization here. So you can do trait height. We'll do this. Function get height. And we'll say that takes self. But instead of what Cody recommended, we're actually going to just, go ahead and do this. And we're just going to return 0. Now, observe. Impl. One thing, this should have been capitalized. I can't do anything useful in the default implementation in this scenario. Self doesn't have anything for me to reference. Self isn't a concrete type. What would you like me to do? Oh, I think default implementations shouldn't be used. I would go that far. Default implementation shouldn't be used. Self can't be used. 100%. I agree. Uh, I agree. So, that's what I said. You can't use self. There's nothing interesting to do here. Now, you can do this. Was this different than inheritance? I guess you can say that in an inheritance world, they'd be able to do something with the super type, but not anything with the subtype. And so this is maybe still cleaner. But this is where I would say, like, this is inheritance light. This is inheritance light. It's not the full inheritance. I agree. But if you look at where it came from, what it, how original languages solved this problem, and whatnot, this is literally inheritance light. Question: should I talk about default implementations in my thing? I feel like I should, even though I don't think that they're useful in 99.99% of the time. For this, we could the way I have found them most useful is like basically where I almost did the go is like the result where you return an error. And so basically the default is an error of unimplemented. Or they can call other traits. You are right that they can do that. I think that is super dangerous. And this is where it gets into a little bit of inheritance. And why I call it inheritance light, even though you might like to ignore me. If you say that area, we could do this trait height, and we can do trait width, get width. I do. All right. So one thing that you can do is like an error here. But the other thing that you can do, again, while I will go with that this is inheritance light, even though people adamantly disagree with me, is we can go here and say that this inherits, I use that word purposefully, height and width, and then we can actually make a default function that works for square. It does stuff, right? I'm not saying you should do this. I'm not saying that you can't find a time that this is useful, but it scares me. It scares me. And the problem with returning an error here, I think that returning error is also misleading, because then it makes, like, you can return an error like not implemented, but then, like, why implement the trait if you're not going to implement the function? That's my question. So I'm going to cover it, but I really don't like default implementations. Again, there's probably a time that they're useful. You should just really be careful before you think that they're going to be useful. Uh, oh, I have to do get width now. Yeah. And macros probably solve a lot of these areas. So macros, and that's actually a really good point. Let me write that down here. Yeah. Is that how you spell segue? I have no idea. I'm going to just use it though. This won't make it into the final video. Good segue into macros. Yeah, good. So macros and threading and memory management are two that I want to make little classes. And my goal is actually to make the complete threading because that's something that I can condense into like an hour thing. It's an hour thing. It's your complete course into threading, and then I'll also release the videos individually with like each topic, like the 10-minute videos. But I'll release the big one first, where it's the complete thing. Here it is. Go. And then I'll also have it broken up. So that's threading, that's macros. There's actually two different types of macros. I think I'll do the complete course of macros that covers both of them. That's memory management, like smart pointers. We haven't talked about like smart pointers or references or how it manages memory, but we're going to deep dive into that as well. So those are like the three I would say like advanced classes, and then the fourth thing is I want to do right after this one, which this one is almost concluding. I want to make a small project, so I want to do like a 4 or 5 part lesson where we make a web server using Axios. I can't say its name. I want to use it to make a small web server and have them do that and like practically implement all of these things. So, okay, cool. I think I'm ready for this. Awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. All right, I'm going to take a small break to make a cup of coffee. I am going to then work a little bit on Eddington. I've made some good progress on it over the week. And you know, I'm gonna try to have something running on my home lab by the end of this upcoming week. That's the goal. We'll see if I actually make that. We'll see if I actually make that. But that's the kind of the goal. All right, I will get my be right back. I need a be right back little animation. That's what needs to happen. But you know what? Until then, I have this. So I'll be right back. All right. All right. Let's see if ChatGPT can't do that. Let's see. I'm going to one up you because what I'd like, full screen displays the words. Can you guys hear that? It is like super thunderstorming out. That animates in a interesting way. Full screen animator. Can you write full screen animator in Python for me, please? Let's try it. Let's try it. Let's copy that code. I was gonna say when it was like saying this, I was like, no. I said, generate me an app. Well, I didn't even say please. Just do it. All right, let's give this a try. GPT things. Let's see. What did GPT call it? Full screen animator. Full screen. All right. Now I'm gonna make just a few small updates. This should be nice and capitalized. Come on, be right back. Maybe a few exclamation points. All right. I haven't really even looked over it. I do need to install something. I should do this in like a virtual thing, but I'm not going to. Is it pip install? I think it's pip install. Maybe it's pip 3 on this one. I don't use it very often. Wait, Python's installed, right? Python's installed, but not pip. I do have Anaconda. Do I set up a virtual environment? How do I run this in a virtual environment? I always look it up every single time. Oh, in the standard Python install. Oh, maybe I don't need to do it. Okay, maybe we'll just run it. Maybe, we'll see. And then I create the virtual environment for nothing. Piece of garbage. Oh, I called it main.py. Okay, so I do need to install it. Do I have pip now? Do I have pip? No, I don't. Well, good job. Let me see if it can tell that. I can just install pip through Yay, but I didn't run update this morning, so like who knows how much I have to download on stream. Wait, did I not source activate? Oh, I guess I did not. I missed a step. Wait. Virtual environment on this. I needed to do this. Yeah. Now do I have pip in here? Sweet, I do. I do. Awesome. I need to install, what was it? What library was it? I need to install this. Is this not a real library? Did it just hallucinate a library? Did I do pip install wrong? I don't do pip very often. And when I do, usually there's like a requirements text that I can use. Let's see, install packages, yeah. Do I need to give it a version? Do I have to install it via its own little thing? Okay, let me just search. Seems weird that it wouldn't be through pip. Arch. So I guess I just have to do this. Is this actually the right thing? All right, I guess that's I can't install it through pip. Don't tell me this is like I need to use pip 3. Yeah, okay. All right. Stream might be a little bit bad for a second. Oh, actually, one second. Before I do that, can we do pip install TK? Is that what it is? Is like... Can we now run... just a wraparound TK, so I guess you'll need to install that somehow. I guess maybe I need to install the Yeah, it's all about... I guess I just need to do... Yeah, I was gonna say, everything I've seen so far is just that I need this TK. Oh boy. Oh boy. This is my fault. Oh, well. This is probably killing my stream. Not entirely sure. Oh gosh. Oh, every single time CUDA updates, it's a monster. Let's see, how big is the CUDA package? I don't know. Who knows? Well, let's do something while that's happening. I'm going to open up Eddington. I need to honestly use Python more, because the really stupid thing is, this might be all that you need to make like a little animation. There's actually like a math animation made by the guy that runs the YouTube channel 3 brown 1 blue, 3 blue 1 brown. I don't remember which way it is. I watch his stuff every once in a while. That I think would be helpful to use. Um, 7 or... So people like ask what I watch on YouTube a lot, which I think is a weird thing. Like, why would you care what I watch on YouTube? But I watch a lot of math and science YouTubes. I don't actually watch software YouTubes, which is probably my problem. I don't know what people want from the actually, the problem is I do watch some, and I don't like them very much. I don't like them very much. I do like the math and science ones, though. Maybe that's. I don't know why. Maybe that's a heresy. I want to say like heretical, but I'm pretty sure that's wrong. I think it's just a heretic, but how can you be? And then I want to say it's heretical, but it's not heretical, but it's not heretic. What is the word? I don't know. I'm not. I literally don't know what the word is. I don't. I don't know how to spell heretic. Catholic is whatever. Not even worried about it. This is going on and on. All right. So, what did we land here with Eddington? Okay. So, I was working on making basically the round trip. So, last time we got it where basically we have an API and it would deploy a container and make a route to that container. Although the route was bad. So, we're going to work on the route, but we're working on the route later. The thing that I was doing is basically trying to get it to make that container based off of my user. So, instead of just putting the application in the default namespace, actually getting my namespace and putting it in that. So that's what we were starting to do here. Okay. Let me refresh my memory as to where we were. Let's see. Oh, we also need to review this. Might do that too. All right, so we updated database models. We created a get user context endpoint for gRPC, and we're using that. And now we need to update the endpoint to get the resource group as, okay, this is what we need to do. The user ID dash resource group, that's going to be there. So I was thinking about this. We have this concept of a resource group. Do we make it where the namespaces are the user ID dash resource group? Now the only thing, Max, namespace name in Kubernetes. I think there's a limit. I feel like it's like 63. I was gonna say 64, but 63 characters. Now, what we could do, and I don't like this idea. So I actually like this because it's very human readable. I go in here, I see. Actually, I said user ID, but I'm going to say org ID. Let me edit this. I'm actually going to say org name dash resource group. But what I like about this is I can go into the Kubernetes cluster, and let's say there's a problem with a resource in resource group 5. I can list the namespaces and find resource group 5. Now, my only problem is if these people have a name that is like Merrick's Amazing Taco Truck Live Taco Sharing Club, and that's the name of my company. Count the I hope people's organization names aren't longer than that. You know what this is? This proves that you've used Objective-C. Because everything's globally namespaced. And it was awesome because Apple gave it to you. Ah. So, what I think that we can say then is if we have 64 characters, your org name has to be less than 25 characters, and your or we'll do 30 characters. We'll do 31 characters. Your org name has to be less than 31 characters, which is, this is longer than it, but I think that's reasonable. Org name has to be less than 31 characters, and your resource group has to be less than 31 characters. If we wanted to support longer, what we'd have to do is do like a database mapping where we map a UID to an org name resource group, which I think actually is horrible. And the only reason is it means that you have to go to the database to actually figure it out. Otherwise, you just have a bunch of UIDs for namespaces, and they don't mean a whole lot to a human. And I think this is reasonable. I just wanted to make sure that this was like, not making it too short, which I don't think it is. All right. So when we look at our user models here, this is basically what we have. We have resource groups, which has resources. And I was thinking we should do like a resource group is in its own namespace. Now, the only thing that gets interesting here is then that namespace will have its own network. And at this point, we don't have any way to have cross-network communication. So that resource group is going to be isolated. I think we can get around that in the future. We're just doing it. We're gonna figure out some things as we go. We will be making breaking changes. If you try to use this at the end of July and you expect it not to have breaking changes, let me tell you, you would be wrong. Very wrong. All right. Okay. So we have our org ID. We don't actually have a name. We need to update our schema. Name. I thought that it had a name, but I guess I was wrong. All right. So then here we're basically posting an application. This is where we're creating the application, and we're calling this get user context. Basically, I separated out the application controller and the user controller. They could be separate microservices. They're not right now, but they still communicate like they are. I don't know if I love it. We'll see. We'll see. And that means that the user service here gets to. Part of me is like, since we're already deploying in Kubernetes, I might as well just make them their own. Like we're making this to scale, so I don't know. Maybe we should just make it its own microservice. It's already going on Kubernetes. Would it be that much more work? And the answer is probably not any more work than keeping them. I don't know. We're seeing. We're testing. All right. This get user context gives us is just a gRPC call. Do we need to update this though? Because I did not have org name in there. No, I did. This just gets user context request. It gets the reply, which is only giving the resource group. Doesn't give anything about their org, which is probably a problem. We probably need to have their org in here, which, yeah. You know what? We're going to update this. And this actually has, this would be a breaking change. You can actually add to you can actually add two proto buffers without it being a breaking change. This would be a breaking change though. So yeah, basically that's a breaking change because I just rechanged everything. But you could do like int 64 age equals 2, and this is actually not a breaking change. In Protobuffers 3, all fields are optional, and so in Protobuffers 2, you'd actually have to define it as optional for it to not be a breaking change. But yeah, in Protobuffers 3, it's good. All right, so we have our org now. So org has some things here. Let's copy and paste those things that an org has. Another thing that this is being a little narrow-minded about is that we're assuming all orgs just have one owner. And that's fine, but we're not mapping any other users. Basically, what I'd like to do is map other users based off of our permissions, which I think is a really elegant way to handle it. But we don't have any permissions. You're either an owner or you're not an owner at this point. So this get context is a little narrow-minded, I guess is what I'm saying, but it's fine in the fact that that's also fine. Okay, so we're gonna throw this in here. I just noticed another issue. These should be rename this to user. Done. And we'll delete these two. We'll regenerate in just a second. Move those to the trash. Okay. Here we go. Let's delete this stuff. We have a we're not going to pass the owner because this is actually a reply. We already have the user ID that is the owner of this org. We can pass this back because we do already have it, but I guess we will. It just keeps. It's a little redundant. The person that makes this request already had it, so we're passing it back. But now this is where it's a little narrow-minded because in the future, when we get the context for the user, it actually should send back all organizations they're a part of, not just the ones they own. Right now, it just returns the ones they own, which is, you know. Oh my gosh, I'm getting so confused between the ints for Go, i64s for, or integer 64 for proto buffers, and i64s for Rust. Now, one thing you can also do to help organize here in proto buffers is we could be like, oh, this is all the owner stuff, and then like all org stuff starts at 10. And this actually allows you to organize a little bit. That way, like, this can expand. Like, let's say we wanted to put in, like, if we didn't do this and we wanted to do, like, owner's favorite pet, I don't know. We'd have to do it down here. But because we've done this, and this is all org stuff, we could actually add it here, and it just makes it a little bit neater in the stuff here. So I actually like this. Kind of giving yourself room to grow in the areas. Again, you could always add that here, but you don't have Anyways, all right. So we're gonna have errors in the user controller because now this does not return the right stuff. Oh, I deleted this. We need to regenerate it. So, oh wait, it's done. Error installing repo packages. Oh, it was waiting for a password. I hate that I give it my password at the beginning and then it will be like, wait a second, we need your password again. All right. Well, while that's happening, let's regenerate those. Eddington. It is make build proto. Cool. So that actually goes through and builds any proto folder in here, which is nice. Very nice. Why are you complaining? Maybe you'll update. Oh, is there a default I can update for that? That'd be nice. I would do it. Okay. I will remember that. That's a good one. It's hard for some people to know. Like I'm actually, I say I'm learning Linux, but I'm newer to Linux than a lot of people. Yeah, I'm newer to Linux. What? 3 years now, and yeah, 3 years. Probably should know it better than I do for using it for 3 years. But a lot of the stuff has been like on Kubernetes. So like my work has been not on Linux specifically. Like I've used Linux, but um, I've never been like a Linux admin. All right. Now we should be able to run this. Hey, look at that. It kind of works. It did not center it though. It kind of works. You can see it. It's almost there. I like it. I like it. We're going to update that to actually work. Honestly, it is a testament to the ease of Ubuntu. I have literally used Ubuntu without, yes, I've had to partition my disks and some things like that. And I do know some about file systems, especially when it relates to containers. But yeah, honestly, it is a testament to the ease of use of Ubuntu. I didn't use Fedora, but I think Fedora is similar. I used it, and I've used it with i3, and yeah, never had a real issue with it. They really are much easier to use than they used to be. All right, I don't think it had my exclamation points. Oh, it did. It did. So the weird thing here is it seemed to Is this double? Is that double for a reason? I don't know Python that well. I feel like it should just be that. I mean, I didn't do anything worse. right, and we need like... But it's not in the center, which is interesting. I don't know what this create text takes. Is this an X and Y? This is what I'm assuming was an X and Y. You know, maybe if I open this in VS Code, it will tell me a little bit. Honestly, and that's actually another reason I think in August I'm going to do a Saturday of Linux from scratch. I want to do Linux from scratch. I want to build on a separate drive. I have a drive that I'll use, and I want to do Linux from scratch on it because I think that will be a fantastic learning lesson and maybe something I can make some videos about as well to help other people learn as well. Let's see. Yeah, I'm gonna open that up in code and see if it tells me what that function's expecting. I don't have Vim set up for Python very much at all. I don't have anything set up for Python. Let me be clear. Python I am not set up for. What does this want? All right. It wants an X and Y. So I feel like GPT was doing the right thing. What's this self? What is self? I hate Python. Oh, wait. Display text self. It's not passing self in. Oh my gosh. Doesn't it need to pass this in? Oh, never mind. It's calling it on self. This is... Wait. Is this how you make a method? Is this a method? Or is it a function that's expecting self to be passed in? I honestly don't know. I don't know Python very well. I'm guessing this is a method. I didn't know you could make methods in Python, to be honest. I've never done that. What is self in here? Start animation. Which is app. So it's of type app. How did we say that this was part of... Oh, because this is a class full screen. Oh, okay, I got it. It is a method. I'm an idiot. Ignore me. Okay. This is kind of weird to me. Like, why do we define self here when we're inside of a class already? Oh, well, it's fine. It's fine. You know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to print out this instead of text. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Of course, I can't see it because it's off screen. Never mind. That was not the smartest thing to do. So canvas here. So yeah, this is like how it animates it. It's just picking a random thing and jerking it around. Oh, but it's setting it between these two things instead of setting it on the difference between... Okay. I got it. I got this. You're 100% right. This is probably correct. This is the thing jerking it off. That was not. I meant jerking it off of center. My bad. All right. I'm sorry. That is not what I meant to say at all. Let's do this. So we want x to be a random integer, not between 10 and -10. We want it to be of this number, minus 10, and this number plus 10. All right. That's gonna fix it. I think you're spot on, Russell. Except I broke it. How do you even break Python? It's fine with anything. Wait a second. I probably missed the parenthesis. No, I didn't miss the parentheses. Of course I'm going to change it to height. Good call out. Of course, I was just testing you. Okay. Now, why did it dislike this? I definitely messed something up here. It has a comma. It was like acting like it didn't have the right number of arguments. Error type float. Oh, float can't be an integer. Okay. What I would do for static compilation. What I would do. This is an int. Oh, divided by 2. Can I do as int? How do I do as int here? Is it just int? Okay. Okay. Awesome. Actually, you're okay. I see what you're saying. Int as the entire expression, like we just do int around. 1 second. No, I had it in the right spot. I was going to do int around this because the -10 will keep it as an integer. Okay. Int around this. Oh, there's probably a better way to do this, but this is what we're doing for right now. No, maybe I screwed something up. Maybe that's not what. Okay, 1 second. I definitely messed something up. Let's see. We have our int, and our int is of this division. And then we close. Oh, we have too many brackets here. Too many brackets. There we go. We fixed it. Whoa. Where did it go? All right. It's being additive. Like it went down the screen. So. This is coming from the canvas, so it shouldn't be additive. We're getting a new value for width here and height here. Let's make let's make this by like 2, like 1. We'll just do 1 for right now. So it should be a little bit of a smaller spasm. Not really. And that just disappears. I thought we were on to something. Oh, it's moving the canvas, not the text. Oh. Right. I thought it was just setting the text on the canvas, but this is actually moving. Oh, okay. So we actually need to save it somewhere. And hello to the new viewer. Do I do Python? No, we don't do Python. ChatGPT wrote this for us. We're fixing it to actually work. And then we'll Okay. I needed a be right back animation, and it did it in Python because that's what every AI does. So I guess we could take at the very beginning the height and width, and then always just use that. My question is, can we just move the text? Can we do like self.text ID dot is there like a X or a Y? See, we create this text here. Oh, it's a double underscore X. What does double underscore X mean? I'm just going to set it. I'm going to just do that and see if that works. It might not be right. We'll get back to Go, though. I'm much more comfortable with Go and Rust. All right. Maybe that instead of this. That's not how you comment in Python, is it? Yeah, there we go. Yeah, it doesn't have an attribute X. Oh, do I need to... I'm good with using it at my own risk. Do I need to double underscore it? I know, Python people, I'm sorry. 1 second. Int object has no attribute. Oh, it's a text ID. So this is just returning the ID of the text object. Oh. So it's not the actual object. Oh. Is there an update text with an ID? That's what we're going to try. Oh, maybe that's what it is. Self.canvas.update text. What is under text? There's just create text. There's no way to update the text? What's the point of having an ID for it? What's update do? Update? What's update take? Oh, that's like just to update it. Okay, that's not what we want. Oh, wait. This isn't moving the whole canvas. I read this wrong. It's actually moving the text ID. So this should reset to this because this should be centered every single time, right? I don't think this is as wrong as I thought it was because I thought it was moving the whole canvas, but it's actually passing in the text ID and calling move on it. Why is this so wrong? Let's make it a little bit smaller. It's definitely wrong though. I'm actually having a ton of fun. I don't know if you guys are. I actually love languages that I don't know very well because you kind of just get to think through it. And APIs, I've never done this before. Never animated something in Python. All right. We'll give it 2 or 3 more minutes, and then we'll move on to something I know just a little bit better. All right. Why isn't this working how we would expect it? This is getting additive, but I don't understand why, because we're not changing the height and width info of the canvas. And we're not moving the canvas. The interesting thing, let's actually change it from 100 milliseconds to 1 second. Because if you notice, it starts up here, then it goes here, then it goes down here. So it is literally adding. But this means that it's starting in the wrong spot even. Use print and see if it will actually output to the... Okay. Can I do like... Do I have to do like... Is this how we're going to do it here? I'm not sure. Let's try that. Oh, okay. So we can't concatenate. So can we just do like string of x of y? Oh, the commas would have worked? Okay. I can just go back to the commas. So you can just give it like an array of things. Escape. Okay, so interesting. They do stop escalating. Initially, they're 0 and 0, which I'm wondering if like the window hasn't been created yet. One second. This is interesting. Why do we jump so far up? Like, look at this. We're at 10. And then we just do 1 back and forth. These are weird. I think this is when the window is opening. Like, when it's, like, doing its thing, it hasn't, like, calmed down. Yeah, it has an x of -1 and 1. That's weird. Now, if it would settle on a... The problem is, it's not settling... Those seem fine. This is a 4K screen. I don't know. It's point, like it's points. And the other thing is, it displayed in the center once, and this is it has to be additive, because if this was in the middle once, this should have also been in the middle, but it's not. Hmm. But these X and Y's. Okay, I think move is actually moving it by that many things. Like, I think, oh, because it's starting from where it is and adding to that. Oh, okay. Okay. So we just need to delete all of this. But then we're back to the code that wasn't working. Right? If we do this, we're back to the code that wasn't working. Because it's up there in the corner. Okay, this is, I think I understand now. I think I understand. What is happening is when this first runs, the window isn't full sized yet. The window isn't full sized. And thus, like, maybe the window isn't even created. The application is going, and thus this is half of the screen. I don't know what main loop does. I'm almost wondering if we put like a sleep in here. Is sleep something? Let me. But sleep put Python single threaded, so that's not gonna work, is it? How about you comment out the move and see where the text is and what the value is? Okay, yeah. I think you'll see that it's up at the top. Let's see. Comment out the move. It is starting. This isn't working. Let's with info. We're going to print this on the other line as well. We're going to print this down here where we print the X and Y. Yeah, yep. I mean, it's just wrong initially. See, width info is 1, width info is 1, width info is 1918. I don't think that I can do this because I think it's single threaded, but we're going to give it a try. Before the display text here, just give it a little bit of time to yeah. But yeah, it actually delayed the opening of the window because I think it happens after the like we need the main loop to go before we start our animation. But I think this main loop is going to consume. So start animation. It's going to call animate text. This is where it recalls itself. You know what we should do? This is what we need. This is what we need. This is how we're going to solve this. All right, I know nothing, but this is what I am doing. We're going to do this, and we're going to do self.display text. And we're going to do this after, I don't know, 5 seconds. I don't need self there. 5 seconds. So, and then here, this is all we have. So display text is then going to call animate text. This is confusing. Self.animate text. All right. So then here we get rid of this because that was dumb. We get rid of these two things because they're dumb. And then we do self.draw text after delay. All right, so what happens is this says after 5 seconds, we'll display the text. This should be fully populated with info, and then we'll animate that text after that. That's what this calls. Okay, let's try this. I don't know if this will work. I definitely know that it doesn't look pretty. Give it 5 seconds. Come on. Yeah! Multiple on-screen messages. You probably saw something that made you think that. So we only called display text once, which is the only one that creates it. Let's do 15 here. And then we call animate, and animate's the only thing that self calls. Like it calls itself every single time. So I don't think so. I think you're probably right. You're probably right. 5 seconds is also too much. Also, this animate is Not enough. Not enough. This is lame. One second. Eventually we'll get it where it bounces around the screen. I think that's probably the best, but right now this is good enough. Yeah, because then we have to pick a direction, go that way until it hits the screen, pick a new direction. So we hit display text. This runs. Then we call self.text.animate. That's running, right? We should get an X and Y. Yeah, X and Y. Oh, we have this commented out. That's why. That's why. We also slowed the animation down, so okay. Good enough for today. I'm just going to do one last thing. 256. Like it nice and full screen. Nice and full screen. Yeah. Yeah, I forgot I commented the move. Nice. All right, one last update. Really quickly. We're going to do like 25 maybe? 25? Just give it a little bit more. Yeah. All right. Good enough for today. We'll have to get it where it changes to a few different colors. We'll put a little bit of work into that, but awesome. I can't believe I wasted time on Python. Stupid Python. All right. You're still upset with this. Oh, wait. Did I rebuild? I did rebuild. Yeah. They're there. Why did it get upset? Failed for could not import Eddington Proto user. Eddington Proto user. It's right there. Oops. Sorry, Mike. It's there. Internal error. Package name is blank. Want controllers. Let's see if there's another. I feel like. Let's just make it save again. No, that didn't fix it. I renamed the files because but like that shouldn't have changed anything because this is in package user. This is package user, and we defined that in here where it was IO cloud users, user service proto, and it's in GitHub null channel Eddington proto user. And this had been working. Why did changing the file name shouldn't have changed anything in this? Because you import in Go by the package name. I also don't understand this. I don't understand this error. I've actually never seen it. Let me. I've never seen it. Oh no, I accidentally opened Kodi. That is not what I meant to do. I've never seen this error. It's an invalid package name. Not in Go root. Yeah, I get those. I don't get this one. Okay, so it gets proto. Okay. I just had to retype it? No. Seriously? Go, you sometimes hurt my feelings. All right, so this I did expect to break because we added that. Uh-oh. Um, well, I'm sorry, Russell. I did not mean to. I need to update Nightbot. You should be able to post links. I've never had somebody abuse it. And thus there needs to be no moderation for it until somebody abuses it. Sorry about that. I did get Nightbot. So eventually, I want to host all of our own bots. I like doing the things the hardest way, learning from it, understanding how the things work. But for right now, a lot of people have or I have gotten some people that join and try to get links. So there definitely should be a list of people that can post links. So I will. I haven't really configured it. I did put a few commands in there for the code that we're working on and some of those types of things. And you can actually ask. I don't know it off the top of my head, but you can ask it what commands you can run. I think it's commands. Yeah, you can get a list of commands. Yeah, it's a bit aggressive. I don't know that anybody like stop posting links. Warning. Whoa. I'm sorry. That terrified me. I was like, what have you done? You've done much worse. Your mistypings almost are as bad as my misspeaking today. So I'm still embarrassed about that. That's not what I meant to say. All right. This is wrong. And I expected it to be wrong because we changed the protobuffer, and this basically maps the database model to the thing. We can actually look at Nightbot really quickly. I'm gonna put you in a cone of silence. I don't know if I have to log in or not. And yeah, we'll probably do our own eventually, but it's gonna be at least next year before I ever get to making our own bot. I know that we already integrate with Twitch, which is cool for the Twitch of alerts, but I yeah. So this is Nightbot. I have the commands here. So we have the custom ones. You can get my GitHub. I'm going to fill those in some, but regulars, add a user. There we go. We'll have to figure out how spam protection, excessive caps, excessive emotes, links, excessive symbols, repetition. I feel like I don't know how to do the moderation. Where's the moderation? You were actually timed out for 5 seconds? Come on. That's a bit aggressive. You already got a timeout. I mean, I'm glad it's you. You deserve it for all your other ones. How do I do moderation? Is there no way to update the moderation? Like, okay, so Nightbot is actually less featureful than I thought it was. Like, this is like really, really basic. Well, hopefully, as a regular, you don't get like dumpstered for a link. I'll disable Nightbot if there's no way to actually. Yeah. I was trying. All right. Oh, we're not doing any more Python for today. I'm actually excited about the um the new Be Right Back AI generated Be Right Back screen. What was it that you were trying to send me? Oh, is this what I need to do now? Oh gosh. That is pretty fantastic though. Should I put this behind the Be Right Back? We'll have to work on that. Yeah, that would we'll have to have some fun with it, and it's good for me to learn some Python. I always feel like I should know it more than I do, but I don't. All right, unknown field, resource group, instruct literal type, get user. All right, how did we do this? Okay, so we did this, which is a resource group, but we don't have a resource group in the reply anymore. It's just an org. So basically, we need to. We're probably going to make another function here. Oh, Russell, you got timed out for a while, dude. Okay. Okay. I will disable Nightbot after this. We'll have to create our own bot. Sadly. It's not even letting me see the link that you posted. The last time it let me see. It just said no. Russell, you wanna dance? Stop posting links. Gosh, that's okay. Well, I'm kind of upset that Nightbot doesn't have a good way to update its moderation. That's dumb. Basically unusable. Like basically unusable, I think. Especially since I put you as a frequent chatter. So like I feel like yeah, I need at least some way to say these users are people that, because like links are super useful. I get why posting links can be abused, and if I got more than one viewer, uh, like it could be easily abused. So I like that where like new users can't, but and I can't wait. Can I undo your timeout? Dude, it deleted all your messages. It literally deleted all your. Oh my gosh. I can't even find your untimeout. What is the command? Untimeout. There's unbanned. Untimeout. Your name. You're on timed out. But it deleted all your messages. I'm kind of annoyed. I'm sorry, dude. This is why I do things the hardest way. I literally don't know of, like... I don't have Link. Sorry. I have GitHub. So you can find the code. That's the only one I've done. I should have done Link. But, it doesn't give me any way to change, like, under spam protection. But, like, this is spam protection, not moderation. There is no moderation at all? Okay, I guess I can just disable links altogether. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. I found it. I found it. All right, so it is under spam protection. I was looking for moderation. We can whitelist some here. Timeout length, exempt user level. So you're on the exempt user level now. Okay, maybe not unusable now, but it's still pretty limited, I guess, here. Excessive emotes, excessive caps. I can do my own, yeah. Wait. Update filter. Wait, did I do that on links? Did I do that on the right thing? Custom message. Please ask to post links. So the weird thing was, I don't want it to delete all of their messages. So it went through and deleted all of your messages. Which was kind of like not configurable. Not that I see. Please ask to post links is now the message. I don't know how to give you permission to post a link. Except by putting you on this list or giving you yeah. I'd have to give you like VIP status or something. You have 7 TV? Oh. Okay. Well, they deleted him out of Twitch chat, which is a little annoying. Maybe there's a setting somewhere that I'll have to. There was also no option to like let them ask for permission, like give them the like option. Oh well. Oh well. Let's get back to fixing some code. I've actually never used 7TV. I'm assuming it's like an application. You're probably right. I don't. I don't know. People don't. Not many people come to watch. I'm not very entertaining. So, I've never had that problem. But it's probably, if it ever became a problem, you're probably right. Okay. That's the wrong thing. It's the reply, not the request that I want. Oops, my bad. I was gonna say that did not have all the things I wanted. I wanted the get user context reply. There we go. Cody. Cody failed me. Can you generate it? That looks correct. But it's off. Okay, so we have the reply, which takes the name, ID. Um, it didn't look at the generated code, so it's an ID. And this is this reply takes an org is what we need. This is actually pretty wrong. This is probably pretty wrong. Org, and this should be org. And here we need like name. Actually, is this how we want to do this? One second, let me look at this. Get the get user context. Is this the user ID? What ID is this that we're passing back? So I guess this is the name of the user. I don't understand what we did here. So like the name of the org and stuff should be under org. I think I was not thinking correct. These are all org things here. I didn't change them over here because they were originally in the resource context. So this is a mistake on my part. Um, yeah. I think in the future, technically, this could return multiple orgs, but we're just going to leave it as one org for right now. Let's go ahead and generate that. And now we can actually do this like this. We don't have to do a loop since it's just one org. Name is going to be user dot. We don't need the user. Why are we passing in the user model? Is that what we had here? No, we have the org model. And we just want the org. This. Org.name. There we go. Org.id. Beautiful. And this would be org.resource groups. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Any other fields here that we are supposed to be doing? ID, owner ID. We don't really need the owner ID because that's who called this. I guess we can do like owner ID here. We'll just pass it back. That's a I64, right? It's an int64 here. Come on. The one thing I've noticed about Kodi versus Copilot, which is maybe because it's a paid service, so they throw more resources at it, is Kodi's a little slower. Like you have to kind of wait there for a little bit, whereas Copilot usually generates a little bit faster. That's one thing I've noticed. Owner ID. There we go. Now we can replace all this with model to user context. This was never working because I have all the orgs and oh, this is where it gets a little like if you were the owner of more than one org, technically this gets a list of orgs, but we only use the last org. So we'll just do the first org. And that is going to be, orgs at 0. You know what? Good, probably not. Oh, and the owner ID. That is in the in request is the user ID. Okay, cool. So yeah, if they do belong to multiple orgs, they're just getting the first org. Yeah. All right. So over here, when we get the user context, now we have all of this information that we can then make the app based off of. So instead of the default namespace, which is what we're doing, I don't know if you saw this. I actually updated this to return unstructured instead of doing the template with YAML. This is actually just basically YAML in JSON. It's basically just a JSON object map, but it's unstructured, which is actually really nice because you can just reuse this. So anyways, pretty nice. And in here we can actually give it a namespace now. What did we decide on the namespace? It was the org name dash. Oh, we also got to check that. He needs to squash. I guess it's just in whip, so that's fine. No problemo. Org name, resource group name. Okay. So that's what we're going to do here. User context, org name plus user context. Oh. They need to give us a user. Okay, so for this initial one, they're not going to create a resource group. And so there should be a default resource group created for every account. So they just have a default. I think that makes it easy. So you don't have to worry about creating it. So basically, if they don't pass in a resource group here, and that could be optional. Okay, so if they don't give us a resource group, we're going to put it in the default one. There are probably better ways to do this. I am just getting a proof of concept out. This we are going to pass in a slice of resource groups. Which would be of the type PB. And the string, the requested. So what we're going to do is this can also pass an error, return an error. If requested is equal to nothing, return default. So basically, the thought here is that if they request one that doesn't exist, we should fail and send it back. If they don't request one at all, it should be the default one. I'm not going to default to default if they request one that doesn't exist. For I have been hitting too many languages right now. So let's see, for group equals range. So I think we'll do just blank group. There we go. Okay, if group dot name equals requested, return requested. I mean, just return group dot name. I mean, it's the same thing. Group dot name. We're just validating that it is a we're just validating that it's actually a resource group that they have on their org. In theory, this create should actually ask what org they're wanting to create for and then validate that they have access to that org. I think that's jumping down a rabbit hole of user management at this point. That's a 3 days from now Merrick problem, not a today Merrick problem. Return nil. No. I didn't pass a string. We'll just do blank. Cody, do you have an error? Can you generate an error? Come on, Cody. Okay, I actually want to see if GitHub will, Copilot will. Give it a second boot up. Nice. It did. I do think maybe the ultimate thing is Copilot here, Cody here. I think that's a pretty fantastic combo. Pretty fantastic combo. I think that's probably Copilot X, honestly. Honestly, it's probably Copilot X. If I used Copilot X. But I don't. All right, cool. So here then we can do get. Oh no, we can't do it here. We'll have to call because we got to make sure that we return the error. I'm going to turn you off, Cody. Copilot, I think, is the reigning champ of inline editing. Like coming up with one lines that correlate to the rest of your thing, I really do think that's where it shines. I thought Copilot X had like a place to ask it about your code and whatnot. Maybe I'm wrong. I could be very wrong. Let me. See, yeah, you get to ask it about stuff inside. It has a prompt inside. It has a conversation, and you can ask it about stuff about your code. It also integrates with like it. This is actually kind of cool as well. I do like this where the AI will actually generate. It's generated by Copilot, like give you an overview of what a like the AI tries to decide what you've done in your pull request, which is kind of cool. The developer should as well, but I think it is most powerful if there's like two people that do it. But all right, there we go. Get resource group name. Oh, this has to happen after this because we have to have access to the resource groups. If error, this should be an internal. No. Copilot, you failed me. I guess you could say user context isn't, but should be a internal server error. And the only reason is, at this point we didn't return. It doesn't know what this error. We didn't check this error. The most we could say at this point is that something went wrong. Did we not get a hold of the user service? I don't know. Did we get a hold of it but it didn't find the user? That's another thing. For right now, we're just going to do a 500. I know it's lame. But so now we can do user context. Boom. All right. This should, in theory, this should create our application. Although, although, although this is wrong here. This is gonna fail. So this is using the namespace correctly, putting it in there. Beautiful. But we need to give the GVR a namespace, and that's the wrong namespace. So what we need to do is actually just generate a variable for the namespace. Namespace. This will clean this up anyways. This is kind of ugly. Beautiful. This is where I think Copilot really does, you have to know what you want to do ahead of time, but it is really a great autocomplete, I think. I think. And then we can use this namespace here. And then this is not cancelable. That's probably fine. We probably should do one that's cancelable. Cancelable. But it's fine for right now. We're not canceling it for any reason. And then we're applying that. So what we're applying is actually our custom resource definition. So this is pretty cool. Let's run all of this. I don't know if my script still works. So this will be kind of interesting. I think we can just run from here. Hack. Actually, do we have a Kubernetes cluster? Yeah, we do. Let's do kind delete cluster. And this is going to be a pretty good test to see if our automation stuff here to help people get on board is good. So, hack start dev. This assumes kind is installed. It's not doing those types of things. So it's not, and it needs kind and it needs CTL, PTL. Those are the two things that it needs. And then it does everything else. I had problems with it last time, and then I fixed those problems, but I never retested it, so I don't know. I fixed the problems manually. Actually, I didn't realize what time it is. It's 11 or it's 1:30, which is time for lunch. So I might need to get going. I actually do need to get going. That is what my wife is saying. Not a might. Let's see if we can't get this running. Let's see if we can't get this running really quickly. All right, cool. Let's give it just a second. It's actually running. This computer, I love this computer. It is so snappy. My last computer would take a little while with Istio. This is so fast. Okay, so then all we need to do is tilt up, right? If everything's working correctly. I think the tilt file needs updated, but we'll see. We'll see if this works. I mean, it's starting. It's starting. And then while we're waiting on that, we can go ahead and open Postman. The Postman files I do actually have checked in, which is pretty nice. So if you're wanting to get involved, where did I check the Postman files in? Oh, I checked them in somewhere. Oh, here we go. I just checked them right in the API directory. Perfect. Oh, the API service failed. Oh no. Update error. What? Oh no, the container failed? Failed to build the image. Ooh, okay, I think I know what happened here. Let's see. Oh no, oh no. There's something with our proto buffers. There's something with our proto buffers. Let's see. Does not contain the package. Null channel, Eddington, proto user. My foot it does. Null channel, Eddington, proto user. Hmm. So then we could do go build. This should fail. It didn't fail. I thought that would fail, right? Why didn't that fail? I thought this was wrong. I thought this was wrong. Now, the only thing I can think of is it's actually looking for this module in the Git repo instead of, locally, which it shouldn't, right? We have our Go workspace set up where we're including proto as maybe let me try this. Let me try this. CD over here, proto. I went back. Proto. Go mod tidy. Now let me go back to API and do tidy again. Still struggling with it. So we have GitHub null channel, Eddington proto, and then we have a package user in here, right? Package user. And this was working. This was working. I just renamed the file name, which shouldn't matter to Go. And Visual Studio's finding it. All right, well, maybe this is a tomorrow problem. I'm feeling like I mistyped something. This is where cargo is just an amazing thing. Right, it's not in the require list because it's looking for it locally. Yep, I'm going to have to do this later. Thank you for joining, Russell. I appreciate it. Thanks for everyone who joined. I will, I feel like a cache has been contaminated. Oh, okay. Yeah, let's ask Cody. Let's ask Cody. That's a good one. Let's ask in a couple different ways. Nightbot will see you out the door. That was a terrible way of asking. Looks like you have on proto.latest. But the module does not actually contain the user package that you are trying to import. There are a few possibilities. I think everybody's wrong. It does actually contain it. You don't, it's Go, so that's not a thing. That's also not a thing. That's possible. That's possible. I'll look for a typo, but I do need to get going. It's lunchtime. Thanks everybody for joining, and I will see you guys later.